Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, January the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. So thank you, RC, so you guys can hear me in the main room. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room can just give me a heads up. Also, make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. That would be great. Wow, a lot of action, guys. A lot of action this morning. And it's nothing to do with the SPY. The SPY is basically flat right now. Alms. This is an all-time high. Yeah. Catapults more than 100% as biotech takes on J&J protagonist in psoriasis. So thank you, Shadan. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is an all-time high right now for ALMS, ALMS. Shortable for me too, Interactive Brokers. If it, this is pretty amazing. 130%. Not a low float. I mean, it's not high. 70 million in the float. But there's so much. Drug. This is an expensive one. Yeah, drug rises on positive results from Caesar drug trial. I haven't seen this one for a while. Bright Minds. Yeah, I remember this way back here when it was around $26 last year. Anyway, this is a tremendous move now for drug. $43, 54% on that news. And, the reason being is that it's a low float, 4.4 million. It's a big pop with that volume. WVE, there's so many. WVE, I think, is sort of a sympathy play with, write down my notes. What did I say? With ARWR. Now, it has nothing to do with ARWR, but let's take a look at ARWR first. But I think it has a similar drug. So trading higher after ARWR trading higher after the company announced interim results. What I saw with WVE is that, and this ARWR seems to have better results than Eli Lilly. And WVE, I think, has a similar drug. I think that is the reason. So here, okay, this is the news. So Arrowhead says its gene silencer doubled Zepbound's weight loss, and that is Eli Lilly's. So they're saying our drug is better, and I think WVE, I think I scroll down, has some. It's nothing to do with ARWR except that it has maybe something similar. Yeah, Arrowhead is not the first biotech with data from silencing gene responsible for making, et cetera, and that's WVE. So that's the news. That's your news for WVE. What sort of room does this have? So the next high on a daily chart is 1996. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it has room to 20. It wants to keep moving. Boy, HYMC just continues. So what's silver doing right now? I'm sure silver must be moving higher. Yeah, so silver plays. Look at this. Remember when the profit taking these 2 days? Silver hit an all-time high up here, and then there was a couple of days of profit taking, bit of a rest day, and then yesterday, and now look at this, back up to the all-time high. So silver plays like HYMC. I'm sure you can pick just about any one of them, and they're going to be moving higher. CYCN. Entry into definitive agreement, some kind of a collaboration with a company. I can't remember which one, but that's the reason why, CYCN. Now here's one, STAA, just got clobbered. On the way down. Why? I guess they were looking to merge with a company called ALC. Yeah, ALC, and the shareholders, the STAA shareholders said, no way. So ALC has risen on that a little bit, and SCAA has dropped. One, I don't know if you had a chance to take a look at TIL. If you did, I apologize. TIL down 50%, another little bio. Basically, they're stopping their drug trial. I don't know what else. Here we are. Discontinues their clinical development of AXN 2510 and ends their agreement with the immune onco. So that is the real. Hopefully, nobody had that one cut in half. But you never know. Some of these will just have bounces. Ohms continues to make a new high, guys. OS. So this one also one stream. I think there's following reports of HG takeover talks. Another one that was moving. I don't see it here, but another one that was well. Here's another one. IBIO, and it is not giving it up yet. Still near the pre-market highs. IBIO. I could not find any news on it today. You know, I looked. I could not see any news on it today. Of course, I think it had news a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and then it popped it up. Again, there's so many moving, and it's got nothing to do with the SPY. I mean, the SPY is basically flat. All these are just little alpha stocks moving on their own. This one, Stereo Taxes, STXS, reports FDA approval for Magic Ablation Catheter. Not a low float, not a high float, certainly not one of the crazy low ones. Alms, man, alms, another new high, taking out 20. Wow. Here's another maybe interesting one. NBP, still, yeah, still near the pre-market highs as cancer drug shows promise in early trial. Probably a very low float. Not a low float. That's a big move. 113 million in the float. Be up 18% on, I mean, it's early trial data. Looks like they started trading. Yeah, I don't know if this, let me get to a monthly chart. I can't quite tell if this is an IPO here. The reason why is that this should be a lifetime high now. IPO, or I mean, it's in the range of one of those IPOs around the $5 level, but I don't. It could have been a single name change. HSAI. I wanted to look at this one. Excuse me. Sorry. HSAI. HSAI selected by NVDA as a LiDAR partner for NVIDIA-derived Hyperion 10. So NVIDIA in the press release, sky looking left, 2689. Call it 27, okay? 27. So it's pretty close. It's about $1 away from that next high looking left on the daily. It just continues, guys. It just continues. New high after new high in the pre-market. So I wrote down OKLL. So the nukes are still, yeah, the nukes are still alive, guys. I mean, they're trying to have this comeback. I saw SMR was making another high. So this is OKLO. This is the two-time ETF for OKLO. So if you think the nukes are going to continue, you can try this one. You'll get double the move. But remember, if OKLO drops 1%, this will drop 2%. And pretty good volume, 679,000. A lot of look at wow, ELAB just took off right guys. ELAB just took off right now. I think I might have been I think I might have been halted. It was halted for news, I guess. Okay, I'm completely I don't know what's going on here. This is ELAB, which is PMGC Holdings, and that's a strategic share acquisition in nuclear energy, a micro modular, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, SMR, I guess. So this is because obviously, I mean, this looks like a healthcare company. Now they're getting into the SMR sector. And this is a crazy low flow. Here's one of the crazy ones, guys. 510,000 in the float. One of the really crazy ones. So who knows what's going to happen with this one? Not shortable for me, of course. I shouldn't say of course, but it is not shortable. Okay, guys. So here's another AZI, another one up 50%. I mean, just so many this morning. With my, I don't trade ETFs. Okay, but I mean, obviously, SOX is basically a lifetime high. I'm sure SMH is going to be maybe close. Yeah, I mean, they're all. It's my view. I mean, obviously, they're two most powerful. One of the all-time highs for SMH and SOX. Am I going to? Are you asking me? Is it going to continue? Of course, I have no idea, but certainly very powerful. Two very powerful, and this has really come back. I mean, remember not that long ago. This is back November 21st, down to 314 for SMH. That's a big move. I mean, you're talking about something that is actually it's a great at the bottom 337 right there a few days ago last week. Well, I asked William until I don't know if he had a chance to take a look at it. It's I mean, till I don't analyze any of this stuff, so you know I don't know. Oh, I'm see. Okay, so till TIL actually posted it a while back. TIL basically discontinuing their development of whatever the drug they had, discontinuing. So it's down 50% on that news. That's TIL. I didn't look at these sectors yesterday, so let's take a look at XLE. Girl, yesterday's action. Yeah, pop up. Yeah, basically flat, a little bit above yesterday's close. Staples, are you still down? Are you still below the 200-day moving average? You're still below. Look at that. Staples has been XLP. Consumer Staples has been below the 200-day moving average for a long time now. Look at XRT. Just want to see where it is. Yeah, well above. So if the retailers are maybe they had a good quarter. Is when they make most of their money. But we won't know until earnings results comes out for a lot of these big retailers, financials, XLF. I mean, there's nothing except for, boy, I mean, consumer staples is still this week. I'll just run through these. I haven't, by the way, the Santa Claus rally, which ended yesterday, was the official end of it. So it did not disappoint after yesterday's move. So definitely, from the start of it to the end, which was yesterday, it was positive. XLV way above that 200-day moving average. Industrials, yeah, above, moving away. For sure, tech and communications. Communications actually a little bit better than tech, XLK. Utilities, that could be the interesting one. Yeah, you can see, again, the flight typically when the market gets a little skittish, a lot of these stocks get bought, and a lot of them are dividend stocks. But look at this, XLU, sat right on the 200-day moving average yesterday. Was a little bit above it. So that's a look at some of the major sectors. At some point, we're going to have well, not probably, some kind of a drop in ALMS. But when? I mean, maybe it's now. Good for you. Yeah, there are shares available. 300,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Short. Bitcoin is yeah, basically unchanged, $10, $11, 34,000. This one doing this GHRS. This is from yesterday. Yeah, no volume yet. Big day, but look what it did. 1904, but it closed down here at 15. The other one that was the big one from yesterday was INBS. INBS. I think it's a little bit above yesterday's close. It's basically now it's flat. So they were really low float. That up to 15, and it closed here at 1090, a little bit above. So you never know. Could have another day. But there's a 200-day moving average moving above. We also saw that Stellantis had their first time they made money in 2018 on their Jeep. Is that right? Stellantis is STLA. Unfortunately, my IV's doing this. I know I read something that they had it since 2018. Might have been in the just give me a moment. Yeah, Stellantis Jeep posts first annual sales gain. Sorry, not making money, but annual sales gain since 2018. That's STLA. Not there to help. In fact, for whatever reason, the next low looking left for Stellantis STLA is 1086, and underneath that is 1050. Wow. So you're saying 1728 a share. Okay, that's for TIL. Bleeding cash. So you're looking to get it if you can get it below 6. Okay. Well, it did bounce down to 511. Wow. Thanks. Again, William, we do appreciate that. Some of these little bios that can just smack, decent little bounces. There's another one on the way down. BVC, Five Ventures. Okay, I don't know what's happening with this. Is this a oh, yeah, volume? Is that Warren Buffett? William, isn't that Warren Buffett? Or what does he know? Guys, NBP is still hanging in there near the at the pre-market high. NBP. So let's see where it could go. Again, I don't have a handle on this because it says our lifetime range is at 75%, but it would look like it's at a lifetime high now. But NBP volume is picking up. It's not, to me, the big thing is the float. 113 million in the float, so we have 20%. That is that's a lot. There are shorts available for me. 2.7 million at Interactive Brokers. So I mean, it's only phase 1B, so it's very very early. But you know what? Market's rewarding them on that. Spreads got to tighten up a little bit here. Hopefully you got it in between. There's 608, 623. That's the bid ask right now for a TIL. Surprise it. Actually, the volume is not that much. I mean, 399,000 to be down 50% is. I mean, it's a low float. I would have thought there'd be a lot more volume. Just give me one moment, please. Honey, you want me to get her booties on now before the market opens? So booty, booty, Chloe, your favorite thing. Here's a little dog last night where she's giving me all sorts of grief about trying to get you out of bed. She's so gentle. Okay, what's that? Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. That's okay. Got to put the boots on our little dog. Okay, guys. Alms. Wow. I mean, it's still no Still no pullback. I mean, well, that was a pullback, I guess, from 19 down to, well, that was a big pullback, actually. But boy, ripping, just continuing to rip higher. Baird has stepped into the fray, outperform at a target of 35. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Wow. At some point, it's not going to keep moving higher, but like when it's an all-time high, so there's no chart resistance. So give me a moment, guys, as I save my layout and then get my 9:30 layout up. Okay, arranged. All right, guys. So here are the top six from that pre-market actives up. These are the top six now. I'm sure we talked about them all. Of course, the ALMS front and center. The drug, the ELAB, WVE, CYCN, and AZI. Doesn't mean they're going to continue, but these are right now anyway. These are the top six in terms of the ones that have moved the most since yesterday's close. Okay. 2250. Well, it got almost there. 2232, I guess. All right, guys. Well, we've got what? Quite about a minute and a half till the 9:30 open. NBP is still hanging in there. It's not pulled back at all. NBP is not pulled back at all. Not a ton of volume, 300,000 shares. They're not bad, but it's not a ton of volume right now. Alms are still hanging in. I mean, it's just underneath 22, underneath the pre-market high. Alms, ALMS. All right, guys, we have now about 45 seconds to the 9:30 open. So I'll get rid of this and get prepared for my for the open. These two races will start at 9:30. Market is basically flat right now. Basically flat. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. Talking the SPY. We're still watching men's. No, I have a price alert at 5, but what you're doing? Yeah, no. I mean, I have a price alert at 5. Okay, guys, here we go. So these two races start at 9:30. Now, when there's no data, that means that there's no stocks that are meeting the filter requirements yet in the large cappers. Finally, we have one now, OS. Now, this is a potential buyout, okay? Yeah, potential buyout for OS. All right, the alms is trying fading a little bit, not a lot yet. Let's see if it can hold 20. Well, HSAI just gave it up. HSAI. Some of these I have thumbnailed on my other monitor. If I'm able to keep an eye on them. Oh, look at the spy. We got a nice little opening bar now on the spy. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Boy, this is the BNAI. BNAI ripping right now. Had a great starting last week. 176. Amazing, isn't it? With the dollar stock basically on December 29th, 450 now. Brand Engagement Network. Look at the volume, 4.7 million, low float. Look at the float already. Gold. Welcome to the room if you're new. Well, BNAI guys, not shortable for me an interactive broker. So if I thought this was going to start to fade, I can't do anything about it. But the next high looking left is 854 on the weekly chart. Okay, so it's got room on a weekly chart anyway. It is just yeah, nice opening bar. Was it OPTT or OPTX gold? Okay, now guys, this is the wild one. What? Well, there's many wild ones out there, but RGC. You know, I mean, a few months ago, this got up to $83. Not saying it's going to do that again, but I was sort of waiting to see if it could take out 30. And it's a very low. Well, it's not crazy low, but it's low float, no volume yet though. I remember this move, and it was doing it on hardly any volume. And, 86,000 shares are traded, which is next to nothing. But it's it is picking up steam, gathering steam. Okay, Alms. Wow, Alms is now breaking underneath 20. I don't think if you waited for 2250, boy, you just about got it, William. I think you within 8 cents. I don't know, maybe you took it anyway. Morning, Ken. Okay, so NVP gave it up. Okay, it's underneath 5. Okay, for whatever reason, the cruisers might be moving a little bit, guys. NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines. Let's see if there's any reason for that. So I don't know what the. Oh, I see. Okay, brands include Norwegian Cruise Line, Oceania. Cruises unveils dramatically evolved suites. So that is a tie-in with NCLH. If the other ones are moving also, CCL, Sympathy. Not really, maybe a little bit. All right, CYCN over two. Let's see if it, but it dipped. Okay, so it dipped. Now, there are very few earnings plays. This is one that's moving down. NGO, ANGO. This is an earnings play. Let's look at slow looking left. Maybe too close. Well, so much for that. NVP, I had semi-high hope with this one, NVP. You know, and I like the way it was holding in the pre-market, but once the market opened, shoot, and there were a lot of shares available. Wow. A lot of shares available. Interactive brokers, 2.7 million. Alcoa. Now, Alcoa is really lagging CENX. When I say lagging, so this is an aluminum play, of course. Alcoa, I don't know, I don't think there's any specific news for it. When I say lagging, CENX was basically an all-time high for their aluminum play, of course, and basically an all-time high. Here you go. This is an all-time high right there. Alcoa is about mid, I think. Well, 62%. So again, if you had a lifetime candle, okay, if you had such a thing as a lifetime candle for say AA, it would be at the 62% range, whereas CENX is right at the high, would be right at the high. Well, moment of truth right now for ALMS guys, ALMS, sitting right on the VWAP. Okay, sitting right on that VWAP. You can see the purple line in my chart. That is the VWAP. Some look at that as potential support. Okay, so I mean it's bounced off it so far. If anybody else is, want to see if anybody else. I see Baird. Baird is putting a price target of 35. I want to see if any other analyst is looking at ALMS right now. Well, that's a nice bounce, guys. I'm not in this, but that's a nice bounce off the VWAP so far for ALMS. Yeah, SOPA, what are you saying? SOPA making a new high. SOPA, wow, another society pass. I didn't really see this in the free market. But look at this move. I mean, I saw it, but it wasn't one of the top six. So many to look at. But here's SOPA, SOPA, and the high of yesterday was 328. So if it takes that out somehow, the next high is 448. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes out the high, but I will stick a price alert at the 327 levels and see if it gets there. Number one, probably a very low float, 7 million in the float. I think a big area for alms to get through would be these highs right there, a little over 20. If it's going to keep moving, it's a nice bounce off the VWAP. Yeah, it is flirting with 20. Right? Yeah, it's flirting with 20 alms. A little sell flag here. I mean, you had the beautiful move, looking at the wave. So there's a little bit of a sell flag there. Doesn't mean it's going to continue, but I think I'd like to see this. I think I had a price low around 2020 or so. All right, let's take a look at some of these large cappers. Okay, so here's Moderna, mRNA. Boy, ripping. Wow, you kidding me? So Bank of America raising their target to 24 from 21. The stock's at 34. Okay, fine. I don't know if there's any news on Moderna. I mean, that can't be the news. How serious do I take a candle with a long wick? Micron? Well, I mean, I know you want to short this one. I know you really want to short this one, Teddy. I'm talking to Teddy in our YouTube room. I don't have a 15-minute chart up, but let's see what it looks like. Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by how serious do I take it. I mean, obviously there's some profit taking up to 328. You might want to wait for another one to see if another maybe a lower time frame to see if there's another one. But right now there's a little bit of downward pressure, but not much. Yeah. So look at Alms, guys. So it's going to try to test that VWAP again, perhaps. Yeah, I can't speak for TOS on that one, Miko. I mean, I don't know if it's in the same as saying like a lot of these brokers now are not allowing you to buy stocks. They're trying to protect you from yourself. So I don't know if that's the idea there for alms and takers. I haven't tried to do anything with interactive brokers. Hmm. Oh, should I miss this one? AEVA, guys. AEVA. This is from our AI. Nice move. And as I see it right here, nice move. AEVA. Is there news on this one? After the company announced partnership. Oh, this is the one with partnership with NVDA. Is this the LiDAR? Oh, now we've already talked about this. You can always change to interactive brokers. Wow. So yeah, low low float. I'm sure it's a low float. High short float percent for AEVA. On the monthly chart, last month's high is getting right there, 1733. If you look left, 2066. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but let's take a look a little bit right there. The next high is around 1850 or so, or on a weekly chart for AEVA. Oh, okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in this one. Have I missed it? I think no, I haven't missed it yet. This is the AEVA. 5 million, 54 times normal. Aha! Look at SMR now, guys. After three, so it's positive, but barely. Okay, this might be the first day of profit taking now, or again, SMR's had 2 great days, but starting to fade a little bit here. It's just gone negative. SMR. Well, great short on the alms if you got it. Uh, but the thing is, it's still maybe trying to hold the VWAP, that purple line on my 2-minute chart. That is the VWAP. Could act as support. Could. It did earlier, but you know what? If it takes that out, this could be a big drop. I mean, it's still up $10, 128%. It may be a bit of a reversal play, guys. MNTS is the gap down and reversal, maybe. The high yesterday, it's got lots and lots of room, of course. The high yesterday was 1160. So could be a reversal play. Ah, shoot, I missed it. I missed my entry on the AEVA. Spread is not great, but I missed my entry that I wanted to get in at, which was around 1720. Uh, Go back that down there, but ah, oh yeah. A lot of it, Kim, is because I'm somewhat distracted too. I mean, I can't see. There are things I like to do. I would have liked to have taken that AEVA. It wasn't so much of a distraction, but I was trying to get it at 1720, and I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. So that set up the way I liked, but I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. I'm not a big trader though, honestly. I mean, even if I have no distractions at all, I may only take 4 or 5 trades max. Boy, the market is semi-rip mode here, guys. Semi-rip again. But I am pretty particular on my setups. Oh yeah, I don't. Well, the thing is, with trade ideas, we can always find stocks that are moving. Okay, and if you miss, early on, I mean, the beauty of the program, it really helps you zero in on stock, not just these volatile ones, but even large cap gainers. This is all jumbled up. I get it, so I don't get too bent out of shape. So here's an interesting one, maybe Lumen, Lumin. Look how so far. Look how well the VWAP is holding ALMS. See that purple line? Look how well it's holding so far. Okay, HSAI. The problem is looking left. Yeah, that's the problem. HSAI. Well, it's on the 5 minute. So actually, there is no problem. The next high looking left is 2685 on the daily chart. Okay, and that's what the red line indicates. But it's had a big pullback and then the pop. So, it's a little bit erratic. This this is maybe interesting. Oh yeah, the momentous. Look at this one, guys. I mean, it's got a ton of room now. It got up to 1172 yesterday, closed here at 869, so it's almost at the close of yesterday. So you know what? I'm going to put a price alert just a little bit above that, maybe 880 or so, and see if it gets there, and maybe has a run at the high of yesterday. Yeah, boy, this AEVA. Oh, grumpy. AEVA. I'm just amazed you can find anybody to date. Never mind Peruvian. Pretty cold, yeah. Okay, guys, it is now 9:56. We're just playing around here. 9:56. So what I'm going to do is go over my homepage. I'm going to do it fairly quickly. I did check this morning. The promo is still on, so it's been extended for at least one day anyway. Hmm. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. You click on it at the very top. So these promos are still alive. I actually checked this morning, so you can still get 28% off a premium annual subscription. Okay, and 25% off all the other subscriptions, meaning 25% off a monthly premium or a monthly standard, 25% off an annual standard. Try again. Yeah, click on my homepage link. But try again. I checked this morning and it was still working. Okay, Ryan. No, I did check this morning. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. So those of you who are sitting on YouTube right now wondering what I'm talking about, there is another trading room. You can get into it right here. It's free also. The attraction of this room, a lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Okay. If all you want to do is listen to me and watch my screen, that's fine. But if you're looking for a little more interaction amongst traders, this is a better room to be in. This is directed to those of you who are on YouTube. And this room, the trading room, this room is open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And I open YouTube at around 8:30. Okay, so why so late? Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada, and so 3:45 my time, a little early. So thank you, Obi. He opens the room at 6:45 Eastern time, and I get on the mic for both rooms around 9 o'clock. And then I usually take off. Yesterday was a. I love the questions. Ask questions. I'll keep me interested. I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. But when I leave, William many times will keep this trading room open after I leave. He's been doing it more or less till about 3:45, but it's up to him. Both of those gentlemen, they don't have to do what they're doing, so thank you very much. I'll find out what time he wants to keep it open. Now, give me one moment. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription and you've taken out a subscription, the very first thing you must do, you must go to this education section. And this is mandatory, okay? Getting started with trade ideas. Mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. First thing you have to do. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, what I would do is start off with that second video and go to the end. And that should give you an idea about what the capabilities of the program is or are. That should, you can always try us on a monthly basis. Or if within a month you don't like it, just let us know and we'll just stop your subscription. It's that simple. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Now, clicking on my homepage link, I always forget to this, but scroll down a little bit more, click on my homepage link, and right here, get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. You get an email that gives you a suggested entry and a suggested stop. Look at, MNTS. Kind of like that one, but it's too late for me now. MNTS. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It may be there. Now, looking for information that I'm sharing, you go down to the custom scan section. So if you click on my homepage link, click on the custom scans. So here they are. So these are two races that I'm sharing. A large cap race is right here. And then this is a wide open race, a lot more volatile. Actually, that's pretty, typically in this large cap race, you don't get too many, even over 1%. I'm going to go over this, explain what these percentages mean. You can see you get 3.8%. Typically in this race right here, because it's a large cap, typically you don't get too many that are even over 1%. So there are two races. Halts resumes. Halts resumes is down here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. I have some other scans that I'm sharing. I do have the gap scan on my other monitor. You can take a look at that. I have a momentum scan. I don't have it up and running. And a Pepe combo scan. I do not have it up and running. Doesn't mean it's bad. Just means, I'm trying to you can choose. I don't want to have too many up and running. I'll get overwhelmed with alerts. You can ask me questions about these. And again, this is all part of the standard service, okay? Everything you see here is part of the standard service. Wow. Alms is just now this is the real moment of truth, okay? I mean, it may have already been the moment of truth up here, but will that VWAP hold it? The VWAP is around 1871-ish. So it's still right at the VWAP for alms. Well, this was a good one from our AI, AEVA. All right, guys, OS, this is a gap up and reversal play, okay? OS. Now, this is a potential merger, I think. Okay, potential merger. Still continuing. Boy, 700. In reach. In reach. Well, it's from our AI, so that's where I saw it. I saw it up here also, AEVA. I was looking to take it over 17. That's basically what for me, I was trying to get it around the 1720 mark. But when you say longer, I mean, remember, I'm talking about going long. So when you look at AEVA, the next high, there was room. Once it took out this 1720 area, that's what I was looking at. So there was room for it to move. Also, the press release had NVIDIA in the name. Okay, so that's what people are looking at. Some kind of partnership with NVIDIA. Okay, so that's what got me interested. But I couldn't get it where I wanted it. So Around 1720, where I was trying to get it around 1720. But there'll be something else coming along. Remember, when I talk about this, I'm not telling anybody what to do in terms of buying at a certain price. It's just what I'm looking at. It may not set up the same way. People might look at the what I'm talking about and say, "Well, I don't agree," and that's fine. Maybe you're going to wait for something else. Alms is still hanging around. Is still hanging around the 200-day moving average. Sorry, the VWAP. Excuse me, the VWAP. The VWAP. Well, William, that is something you don't normally do. Okay, so you are pretty bullish on this one, maybe finishing in the sevens. This is on, again, eating up stock. But when you did your analysis, you found that they had, yeah, I'm interested in it. It's holding six, the buy flag over the VWAP now. Well, if it dipped under 17, I would have taken out. I would have had it. I mean, the AI had an alert at 1696 for it. I mean, that's another reason. Our AI had a. So if it got down below 16 or uh, 17, I would have been out. Boy, it just not this one, but OS, or not OS, but Alms is just hanging around the VWAP still. It has not given it up yet. Shoot, I was going to short that OS, and I just got a little distracted. All right, Zeta. Let's take a look at Zeta. This is a gap up and go. Okay, just a little late. The alert was and the gap scanner was at 2313. I don't want to chase it now. Hmm. It's the other one that I was talking about, and I missed it. I was and got a little distracted. 880 would have been a nice entry. I mentioned this one. It was a gap down in reversal play. All the room, $11. I think it's getting there, of course. I don't want to chase it now, though. So, I mean, on a day like today, where the market is doing this, gap down and reversal plays probably are going to be pretty darn good. Certainly on a day like today, SKM. Okay, give me one moment. All right, guys, look, Alms is Alms is just hanging around that 19 mark. Love to see this wave turn blue. Okay, love to see the wave turn blue. Look at Zeta now. Sugar. Okay, guys. Keep an eye at, this one from yesterday, the INBS. I mean, is it gone negative or, yeah, it's positive now. So it's a little bit above yesterday's close. Had a big day yesterday, sold off, but it's above yesterday's close now, INBS. Okay, guys, almost on the move. It's holding. It is really trying to hold that 19 level. It's a little bit of a 19 now. ALMS. Now, I like the short of ANGO, but I looked left and I thought it might have not have enough room for me to short it. All right, guys, I want to go over this the concept of racing. Okay, a little bit. Okay, so the concept of racing. So I've got two races running here. So I'm running now. Before I do all of this, I'm going to direct you to the home page, my home page. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit until you see the education section, click on the more info, and then at the top here is our user guide, okay? Don't get hung up on how much we've got in the user guide, but I want to direct you to the TI stock race section, okay? Because everything I'm going to go over, here's how you can create your own stock race with your own set of parameters, all right? So I'm going to go over this, but this is your guide, how to do all this. You can take mine, of course, but if you want to create your own race with your own set of parameters, you can go here to the TI stock race. So I'm running 4-minute races, again, customizable. You don't want to run a four. Well, look at the INBS now, guys. INBS, look at it go. This is interesting. Not a big move on anything, but so what is that 0.91%? This is kind of strange. Normally we see bigger percentage moves in this race here. Okay, INBS, I just talked about it. So what does that 1.24% mean though? So since the race started about 2 minutes ago, I'm running a 4-minute race, so I'm a little over 2 minutes into this race. This stock has moved the most percentage-wise since the race started, okay? Nothing to do about where it is in relation to its high of the day or anything like that. It's just since the race started, this stock now, here we go. Look at that, INBS, now it's 5.78% since the race started. That's what these percentages mean. And once the race is over, there will be a winner. Okay, if obviously if INBS maintains its leadership position, then it will be added to this list. What happens is automatically a top 10 INBS, automatically a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Right now there are 8 here. There are 8 here. I start running my races at 9:30. You can run races in the pre-market if you want, but I start running my races at 9:30. Again, that's just me, all customizable. And these numbers beside the symbol, that indicates how many races a stock has won. Okay, so if INBS holds on for another 24 seconds, then it will be added to the list. I'm just going to wait for it to be over, see if it maintains. 11 seconds, 10 seconds, looks like it's going to hold. All right, so it won the race, and you can see it'll be added down here. So we're at 9 now. Eventually, there will be 10 in this list. Now you don't okay, a few things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. Okay, if you see anything at the top, I would click on it just to see what is happening. If I saw anything in here, now it takes about 30 seconds for the race to rev up, if you will. At Le Mans, you know how the cars are, revving up and then boom. So that's kind of what happens here. So it takes about 30 seconds and then the race really gets going. So you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top or to win a race before you click on it. If you see a stock at the top here, click on it. See what is happening. Maybe it's setting up for you, depending on your trading style. Use the YCBD. Also, this can be used for pullbacks because sometimes you'll see a stock that is maybe pulled back into the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like or another area that you like, and then all of a sudden it's having a pop. It's not necessarily seeing stocks right at the high of the day. So you can use this for pullback plays too. And if I saw anything in this list, click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be even at the top here. Just click on it, see what's happening. Is it setting up for you? Here's the CNTX. Click on it, see what's happening. If you see anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. The nice thing about this, it gives you some focus. You're going to get 10 stocks here that you can focus on. And especially, some days you'll see a stock that's won 10, 20, 30 races. That's obviously, you probably want to pay attention to that stock all day long. You might be setting up at different areas. Okay, so that's sort of the concept of the races. But why are these stocks in here in the first place? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this race, notice there's an option that says open top list. And notice if I right click in this top list, launch real-time stock race. So you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters and run a race on it. This is what I'm using. I right click on it and click on configure. This is what I'm looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50, 500,000 shares minimum traded, and up 2% at least from yesterday's close. If the stock meets these filter requirements, it'll be in this list. Okay? So that's why these stocks are showing up. Now, before we had races, a person, and you can still use a top list like this, but you can sort on any column header in a top list. So what I've done is I've sorted on this 2% means is the change from yesterday's close. So I've sorted on that. So right at the very top is iBio, 34% move, IMSR, 31% move, etc. Okay. So that's all well and good, but the beauty of the race is this. I saw RNAS earlier. What if all of a sudden one of these stocks just starts to move? Okay. Remember, it doesn't. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the top of this list or at the bottom of this list. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most percentage-wise since the race started. So you're going to see that SIDU now will round out the top 10. Okay. Now, could be another stock comes in here. But right now, this is the top 10 list. But what I mean is, we're talking about the MNTS. Right now it's up 4% from yesterday's close. But what if it really started to move again? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care, again, whether a stock's near one of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about in this list of stocks, what's moving the most since the race started. Hopefully I've explained it well, because somebody had to ask Chris yesterday, was it you, Bert? Hopefully I explained it now, because it doesn't, it doesn't care. It doesn't matter where it is in this list of stocks. It's just what is moving the most since the race started. And not to pick on you, but obviously I didn't explain it well enough that, you understood anyway, and others, could be in the same boat. So again, you can see some stock like Donut. I don't know where Donut is in this list, but and you're going to see, look, you will see stocks that are near the high here, because these are stocks that are obviously attracting a lot of attention. So of course you're probably going to see the stocks, that are up the most a lot of times in here. But this is a great way to find stocks that are just sort of warming up, and they watch, moving up the list. So hopefully now it's starting to dawn on you that you can create your own top list with your own set of parameters. The fact that I want to see stock between $1 and $50 and 500,000 shares traded and up 2% from yesterday's close, that's fine. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then run a race on it. You can also do something like, you have a list of stocks that you like to follow every day, or maybe it's a different list, but make sure it's not the two stocks. Maybe you've got 15 or 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day, or maybe it's a different list of stocks. You can create what we call a symbol list, attach it to the top list window, and then run the race based on those stocks, if that's what you want to do. So this race is a little bit different. Same concept. It's a race, obviously. If I right click and open the top list, notice how now yesterday this was full, but notice how much smaller it is compared to this list over here. And some days it could be, the market is, moving higher. So you're going to get stocks, biggest gainers. You will get probably a few stocks because of what the market's doing. But believe me, if the market was moving down, this list you might only see 2 or 3 stocks. Now, it doesn't mean it's 2 or 3 stocks and that's it for the day. Those are the only 2 or 3 stocks. It just means sometimes at the time when you look at this list, you can see how it just expanded. So why is this list smaller than this list? I right click, click on configure and the summary. So in this particular list, I'm looking at stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters are what prevents a lot of stocks. The market cap has to be at least half a billion. The float has to be at least 50 million. And also the stock has to be near the high of the day. That's what that 95%, the great filter that I love, position in the day's range. If I put 100 there in the min, that would mean basically the stock's at the high of the day. So at 95, it means it's really near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. But again, that's maybe not what you want to see. You can create your own. If you want to run a large cap race, you don't have to use filters that I'm using. And see how that list is expanding, because now more stocks probably are near the high of the day. Okay, but if the stock starts dropping a bit, the stocks are probably going to get out of it, won't be in this list anymore. Okay, so Triton in our YouTube room, what filters can I use to get close to a base breakout pattern? A base breakout pattern. That's commonly, so I'm not a swing trader, so I'm not familiar with it. You just talking about what consolidation breakout on a daily chart, or what are you talking about exactly? Now, if you can hang around for an hour and a half, I think I'm gonna have to. I don't know who's going to be in our YouTube room taking over for me, but the people who take over for me in our YouTube room are typically more swing traders. Okay, I'm not a swing trader, so it's not like I have. Yeah, so it's not like I have a scan. But if you're talking about consolidation, I mean, we've got the consolidation days. You do a search and type in consolidation and scroll down a little bit. So consolidation days. So you can pick how many days you want it to be consolidating, 2 or 3 or 4 days. And then it's today, it's not looking at today as being a consolidation day. It looks back, the last few days that you want it to. And then if today it starts to move, you can get an alert. So I don't know if that's going to help you or not. You can always try it though. If you add the filter, so a minimum number of days, whatever that number could be, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I mean, it's up to you. Play around with it. So again, are you talking about then a consolidation breakout? I think I showed this to you yesterday. I don't know if it works that well though for you, but so on a day on intraday. I mean, we did talk about. I'm sure we talked about this one, but whether or not the 5-minute consolidation breakout, 10, 15, 30. If you're looking to day trade, did you try these? Okay, I mean, did you try these, Triton? If you're looking for consolidation breakouts on an intraday basis? Well, Chris tried to help you yesterday. I really can't help anymore. I know he spent some time with you yesterday. If they're not new highs, or you're looking for a 30-minute or like a consolidation breakout, but it also has to be a new high of the day. Well, I mean, he talked about using the position in the day's range, right? And put it near the high of the day. I mean, I know he talked about that. I really can't expand on that. Using the position in range, add the filter, and maybe putting, some pretty high number, 95 or 90. So if you're not getting what you're looking for, I really can't help you. because these will be stocks. So you're getting a consolidation breakout on those time frames before, and the stock is near the high of the day. I mean, I'm not sure, how else we can help you. I put 95 or 98, or I mean something really, really near the high of the day, and then on the third, on whatever time frame you want on the consolidation breakout. Yeah, if I get conflicting on the again, remember now, Burke, I'm not really looking at the buy or the sell flags so much. I'm looking if I'm in a trade, I'm looking to follow the trend. That's about it. Um, but if I saw a buy flag and then a sell flag and a buy flag and a sell flag, I would just forget about it because it's sort of direction unknown. And I know you're talking about the different time frames. What I typically do is if I'm in a trade though, and the trend is up, 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 I mean, nothing to do with seeing the buy flag. Say I'm looking at STAA, and the trend is up, it's blue, but then I start to see a little dip. I'll probably go to a 1 minute chart just to see whether or not that has turned orange. It hasn't here, but or if you're looking at if the lowest time frame you're looking at right now is a 5 minute, and you start a little bit of dip, I would probably look at a lower time frame just to see if it has turned orange. Doesn't mean it's going to continue, being orange, but what a short for the alms. Oh man, look at that. Finally broke down through the VWAP. All right, guys. 10:33. Actually, I got to find out who is going to be in our YouTube room today, taking over for me. All right, I haven't even looked at these halts resumes. Oh wow, NXTT really got hammered down. They got halted at 1375, opened, still up for the day though. But wow, it's halted again. Look at the potential open on this one. Hopefully nobody's trapped in this one. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So showing the halt price at 1161. Potential open, that's what this column is, the potential open. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at boy that turned out to be a gap up a reversal play from the gap spanner. William, I'm trying to buy that. I'm trying to get it at 20, 620. You're the till. I think you're what settings? I think the minimum is 20,000 shares traded. That's it. 20,000 shares. So that's it. That's the only filter I've got. I had a question from Triton in our YouTube room. You can have it. It's on my homepage. Also, Zooms is on my homepage. The reason I put 20,000 because some stocks, they're like junky little stocks. I mean, even 20,000 is pretty small, but some junky little stocks that trade like 5 shares, you get halted or something. So I don't want to see them. All right. Now, Triple D, just over the whole number. Is it interesting enough? No. Oh, man. So you look left and, there's too much for me anyway. There's just too much potential resistance. And you got a high right there of 220, 226, and then 229. So too close. OCG, you guys keep talking about that. OCG, what is it doing now? Wow, 3 cents. Yeah, the problem is you've got a custom filter there that I don't have, right? So they're really hard for, I'd have to create them all, um, and load them. So it's very hard for me to do that for you, unusual. Now, the 10-minute volume and the 5-minute volume, maybe. I mean, I don't know, but the custom filters are a problem for me because I'd have to add them to all my charts, and it's a bit of a problem for me. You see what I mean? I don't have those customs. Well, it's not, but you see, you're talking about 5-minute volume, right? When you say greater than 5%, are you talking about the like using the like the volume filter? Because 5% is nothing, right? Yeah. So you're talking about You're talking about these, right? The volume, 5%. I mean, it's really a 5%, like 5% in this, the volume 5 minutes, percent, minimum of 5%. I mean, that's really nothing. So I can't tell you what a good one is, but I mean, that's really, you should get a lot of alerts then. I mean, in my momentum scan, for instance, I'm using for volume, my 1 minute is like 1,000%, and 5 minutes is about 400%. So you're really trying to restrict it then. I mean, greater than five. So I mean, those are pretty low minimums. I don't know why. It's hard for me to know why INDS did not show up for you. I mean, it's possible one of those customs is just not, obviously the volume is fine. You would think that with that minimum volume that you're talking about in 5 minutes and 10 minute, I mean, he's only using 5% and 10%. You would think anyway that would be satisfied. Yeah, I mean, 20% is not even normal. 100% would be normal. But you might get over, see, with your customs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously the last price greater than the VWAP, that's fine. But all those other customs, I mean, I have no idea whether or not they're being satisfied or not. You're talking about Tiger, TIGR. Mm-hmm. Looks like a classic William bounce play. Well, you know what? Let me make sure of that, okay? I mean, maybe 1,000% are normal. No, I think it's no. I think 100% is like normal. Okay, it's a percentage. So I'm almost 100% sure that's what that would mean. What you can do, of course, is let me duplicate this. Give me a moment. Yeah. I was 99.999% sure I was right. But you see, percentage of 100% would indicate that the volume of shares traded aligns exactly with what would be expected. Okay. So any percentage over 100%, it's trading higher than expected. Okay. So 20% is like, sort of putrid. Remember, you can go to the help on anything. Okay. So you just have to click on a symbol on the icon and click on the help, and that would have shown you exactly what it's all about. I'm very surprised the stock scanner software doesn't have a decent watch list to track stocks. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, two box, but maybe explain. You can create your own watch list of the stocks you want to follow, of course, but everybody has a different idea about what a decent watch list. But what do you mean by that exactly? Talking to two box in our YouTube room. So if you're talking about how to create the creation of a top list, I have to admit it's a little cumbersome, but I mean, obviously you can create your own watch list. I mean, we call it a symbol list. You click on, but you probably know this and you think it's cumbersome. I'll agree to a certain extent. The symbol list, you create a new list, give it a name, and then put the symbols in, and then you attach it to a top list window or an alert window, how you want to monitor it. But what's your okay, when you talk about a watch list, though, I mean, are you talking about some kind of a constructed watch list? Most of the brokers will probably give you a watch list that say the stocks that are up the most today, or down the most today, or most volume. I mean, we can do that. Basically, you control it yourself, though. With the price range you want and the minimum volume that you want, create a top list, and then just sort on the column. The MNTS, probably I don't know if it's my biggest miss of the day. Well, okay. Maybe you don't. If this is what you're talking about, you can have a top list window with as many column headers as you want, and then you can just double left click and sort on the column headers. If that's what you're talking about, a watch list where you can custom columns and sort it by your desire. Well, here are your custom columns, and I can sort in my desire. Right here, I've sorted on the change from the close. I'm sorting on the change from the open here. I'm sorting on the stocks that are up the most, like near the high of the day. I'm sorting, I can sort on any single column header as long as I have the column header. So I'm not sure what you can easily do that. Highest relative volume, I mean, we can certainly do all that. Just have to have the column header. Mm, TIL. Okay, thank you. Okay, 6:14 now. Okay, well, I'll keep an eye. I sort of was looking at the. Want to make sure. Oh, there's no make sure, of course. No guarantee of anything, but put a price alert around the 6:20 mark. Well, you can also click on the heart box. You click on the heart if you see something that you like. DNLI as an example. Okay, I'm just going to use DNLI, and you click on the heart, and it automatically goes into a watch list for you, called your personal watch list. Things like that. Or you could, if you wanted to, you don't. Maybe it's not generated from a scan, but you want to, Microsoft or something. You want to put Microsoft. You click on the heart, so you can type symbols into your chart, and if you like what you see, then you can click on the heart, and it goes into your My Like watch list automatically, as an example. Anyway, I mean, if you want to concentrate on that, and that, I mean, of course I find enough good things about trade ideas that, but I agree. I mean, it'd be nice somehow to have more like an Excel type spreadsheet, but we don't. Well, I'll tell you what. If you're around tomorrow between 12 and 1, I think the CEO of Trade Ideas, probably resume his 12 to 1. He's been doing it for a few months now in the YouTube room you're in. You can ask him the question. Tomorrow, yeah, Wednesday. Usually he's there every Wednesday between 12 and 1, okay? Eastern time. Well, there are several ways you can do it, Ken. If you go to your price alerts window, I'll just show you one way. Oops. So here's my price alert window. I can. So let's. You mean one that's triggered or one that hasn't triggered yet? I mean, if you can find. First of all, that's way too less. I have to pare this down, but you can always right click and delete the price alert. Okay. Okay. So it hasn't triggered. So it'll be in the working section. So you can just right click on it and delete it. Okay. Now I can do this on mass. I'm probably going to get rid of all these. I can delete all these on mass. Okay. So now if you see the price alert though, if you're talking about more like this. Let's take a look at FChat, and you've got a price alert up here. You see it. There it is. You can go up here and remember how to do it. Okay. So yeah. So I don't do it. I rarely do it this way. But if I wanted to delete that, then make sure when the icon changes to that, I left click on it and then click delete. Sorry, delete on the keyboard and delete the price alert. Okay. You want to do that? Okay. So if you see it on your chart, the line, and you want to get rid of it, okay. Thank you, William. By the way, thank you. I took William's advice, and so I have some of this till now. So we'll see. We'll see if it gets. Michael used to work at Trade Ideas a long time ago. He's been gone for I don't know, a couple of years now, maybe a year and a half. Yeah, William has been talking about the till. He said, maybe between the 6:15 and 6:20 mark. All right, so we'll have an answer yet. Who's going to be in our YouTube room taking over for me today? Yeah, MNTS, that was a beauty, wasn't it, Obi? I mean, it's showing up here, but it showed up earlier in the gap down and reversal scan. Okay, right there. And it had a dip, had another opportunity to get it. Boy, yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, this is now truly unbelievable on that, finally on that break of the VWAP. Unbelievable, but I mean, still up 100%. Yeah, gotta get that bid catching up now until to the ask. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. So I have another hour or so until I take my break. Some of these ones now in the large cap. So Warby, the ones in these large cap, I mean, even though you don't see giant percentage moves in the race, they're still really, if you're new to trading, I would probably even concentrate on something like this as opposed to this. Yes, these can give you the huge moves, but with huge moves up can have even bigger moves down. So a lot more volatile, I guess what I'm trying to say. These are just less volatile. Doesn't mean they're, 100%. I don't want to say they're easier, but they are way less volatile. So if you're starting out trading, you might want to, concentrate on stocks like this. Okay. This is about as bullish as I've ever seen William about something. Never says this sort of stuff. So thank you, William. Not the 650, but all right. There we go. A little trigger, but we get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit here. You cannot share scans in our YouTube room. No, you can come into the main room if you want. Stocks unhinged, but yeah, there's no. It's a limitation. Well, it's not just scans, but you can't post anything. But if you want to come into the main room, you can do that if you want. I can do it in YouTube, but you guys can't. If you click on my homepage link, if you don't know this, I think you probably I've seen you around many times, but so here's the trading room. Here's where you can post links. Well, so far nobody's clamoring to take over for me in our YouTube room today. So I mean, it's still this alms is still up 105%. I mean, it's still a huge move, but yeah, I mean, what a sell-off. 22 down to what, 17? Where is PJ? Wasn't he all over this fofo? I know he was a long time ago. I don't see him in the room today. So here's fofo, and it's on the way down. Look at that, only 100,000, down 24%. I'm going to read that they've got we're down seven, yeah, reveals a seven. Yeah, this is MSTR. Bitcoin holder strategy reveals $17.4 billion unrealized loss in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, they haven't sold, obviously, but they still have that. But obviously, it is Bitcoin trying to come back. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. All right, what time is it now? 11:08. Wow, talked about Moderna earlier, mRNA. Run, what a run. This is what you want to see in the wave, guys. Just, hugging, 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 hugging all the way up. What a great, we talked about this one a little earlier. Couldn't see any real news on it other than the target race to 24 from 21 at Bank of America. That's kind of crazy when the stock's at 35. Okay, now there's a little bit of dippage in the market. We didn't see this at all yesterday. This market's still positive, but a little bit of dippage. This, give me a moment, guys. Okay, what is happening here? Let's look at the STAA. Wow, the MNTS, I mean, look at this. It's getting closer and closer to yesterday's high. It's still over $1 away, but wow, what a gap down and reversal play for this one, MNTS from that gap scan. One moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, back again. And okay, how about fun? Let's have some fun here. 1519. Why am I picking on this one? Because it's just over the whole number. You know, I like those sort of looks. When you look left, got a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Okay, not a ton of room, but 1564, not bad if it could get anywhere close to that. And that is for the fun. Problem is, we're in sort of chase mode right now. Yeah, it's maybe getting a little too close now to that high. If the next high had been up here around 17 on the daily chart, I'd probably be all over this one. But unfortunately, it's just a little too close for me. Considering that you'd be chasing it also. No, I would have loved to have got it just over 15 stocks unhinged, but so I'm going to back off. If again, if it had a lot more room to run before it hit that next high, I might consider it a lot more, but I think I'm going to back off. But you never know until you click on it and see what. Okay, here's another one just over the whole number, OLN. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, well, you can see right off the bat. Now, listen, I mean, if there's 23, so it's about 15 cents away from that high, and then the next high, ah, interesting. I have to put a price alert around that area, 22.30, because if it gets there, that takes out that'll be a yesterday's high, and then the next high looking left is over a dollar away. So, from something that might be interesting, if you can get in yesterday's high. Okay. So Andy is going to be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room at in about 45 minutes. Andy is more of a swing. Well, it doesn't take much, but Andy, Chris, and Steve are basically swing traders. Okay, I'm not saying they don't do any intraday trading, but they're basically swing traders. So I'm just not a swing trader at all. Well, Dwayne, I'm assuming you are because I know you have IB. So you're saying that IB doesn't have shorts? You're right. MNTS, yeah, no shorts at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so in our YouTube room, how do I scan for gap up and gap down within a symbol list? Well, you just attach the symbol list to your scan. You know how to, you know, so I'm talking to Tesla in our YouTube room. Do you know how to create a symbol list? Number one, you know how to create a symbol list, then you just attach it to your scan. Okay, so you just attach it to your scan. So, I mean, if you know how to create it, then so if I had a symbol list for whatever reason, so I right click, configure, and then symbol list, click on the symbol list. Ah, we're into this thing again. Okay, here they are. So you find your symbol list, left click on it, get it over here as a column, and then only the following list, and you check it, and then it's okay. If you know how to, okay, well, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. I mean, obviously, you have to have a gap. You have to have a gap up and gap down alert window. I mean, here's my gap continuation or reversal scan. I could take this and I could attach a symbol list to all of them. The same symbol list to all of these if I wanted to. I don't want to, but well, you can take this one, okay, and if you just want gap up, up, and a gap down, you could uncheck the gap down in reverse and the gap up in reverse. So let me first of all, I don't think he's talking pre and post market, but let me. So Tesla, if you go to my homepage now, I mean you can make adjustments, of course, but if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and scroll down, you get to the scan section, and click on the gap continuation or reverse. This is what you're going to see. Okay, now you won't see all the ones that happened earlier, but this is what you're going to see. This is a multi-strategy window. So you can open this, so get this on your screen. Then, if you don't care about the reversals, right click, strategies, and you can uncheck the gap down in reverse and the gap up in reverse. If you don't want that, you just want gap up and go and gap down and go. You just uncheck them. You see, and then now you can make some sort of universal. And then, well, no, you don't have to do that. Just now attach your symbol list to it. Configure all, and if do the ones you want it to do, edit the selected, and then symbol list, and then just apply the symbol list to all of them. You have to add the existing list, and it would have to be over here. Just check it, and then get that symbol list. Or if you want, you can break out the strat. You can break them out on their own if you want. If you don't want it in a multi-strategy window, the gap down and go. You could open the alert window, so you can have it. You can have them separate if you want. So here are the two. Okay, so here's a gap up and go, gap down and go. And then you can just right click, configure, symbol list. This is kind of crazy. It's doing this thing again, but anyway, you should see add existing list. It'll show up in the column, and then you just add it. You just say only the following list, check it, and then it'll be attached. It'll be attached, and do the same thing down here if you want them separate. Then your gap scanner will just look at your symbol list. Hmm. All right. Nice, 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 William, so far on the till, yeah. I mean, it hit the 650. Only trade I've taken today. Thank you very much, William. Well, just to induce it higher, I'll put it at 656. The only issue I've had with it is the spread, can get a little spready. Thinking of getting a membership to Trade Ideas, are there scans for longer time frames? So when you say scan, I mean, we have some filters that look at position in, let me show you this. So, position in 5 day range, 10, 20, 3 months, 6 month, 9 year, 2 year, and lifetime. So you can use these sort of filters to maybe identify stocks that might be turning around. Okay. I mean, I don't have any because I'm not looking to, I'm not looking to swing trades or anything like that. But I mean, these are sort of obviously longer term. So showing where stocks are in a longer term range as opposed to intraday. If you stick around for a while, Andy, who's way more of a swing trader than I am, he'll be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. We also have a couple of channels here. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, and these are designed for longer term holds, if that's what you're talking about. I click on the show more. We've got swing picks. These are five new ones a week that you might be interested in. When you click on it, you have a little blurb about them. Suggested entries and okay, okay, suggested entry and where stop loss could be. I mean, it's up to you, of course, if you trade them or if you agree with stop losses or the entry. But if if there's five of them a week, part of the standard service. That's too bad. I mean, I'm looking at this one. This is a gap down and reversal play, but I'm looking at it right now, and the next high is too close. Talking about the PEB. Oh, don't take the trade. I don't take the trade. No, that's really good. Can see. We're talking about looking at all these alerts to make new scans. I think I'm in love with this Trade Ideas software. Excellent. Nice to hear. Okay, guys, about half an hour for me now. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm reading some internal discussions in our Slack thread. All right, this is a gold play, KGC, just over the whole number. Basically, a lifetime high for Kinross Gold. I remember Kinross. So gold obviously is moving higher, as was silver earlier. But let's take a good look at gold. If we're going to take this gold play, yeah. So gold is moving higher, almost a lifetime high. Looking at the ETF for gold, of course. I'm not talking about the actual price of gold. And silver, I'm sure silver is doing the same sort of thing. We looked at it this morning. Yep. Yeah, I got this little lag going on in my higher time frames again. When you mentioned Velo earlier, it's been a very active one. Did it win a race? It did not win a race. Not too active today in the races, guys, meaning that a lot of times you'll see a stock that has won like 10, 15, 20 races. The top one is still only four, and that's the SIDU, SIDU. Ugh, ugly. Look at this. I was thinking about maybe a little pullback, but look at the spread on RNAS, 743, 775. Makes it basically untradeable for me anyway. Okay, alms, maybe. It's found a base, a little bit of a base, maybe. But, you got a little buy flag, a sell flag, a buy flag. I mean, it's sort of consolidating, but that's a big pullback. That is a big pullback. So I'd be almost more inclined to 10 to 1650. All right, guys, ARVN underneath the VWAP, it's just showing up on my gap scanner, gap up and reverse, gap up and reverse. Um, there's obviously room underneath. The low yesterday was around 11, so there's 1099. So this, the volume light, ah, not great, 0.74 relative volume, so I might keep me out of it. I don't want to get into something and then not have it move on me. Alms, guys, alms, alms, alms. It did take a nice pop off, little break here, but again, buy flag, sell flag, buy flag. The 200, the VWAP is 18 way, and it's a dollar above. All right, William, I put my price alert for 656 for the TIL. So let's put a little higher now. Let's keep inducing it on the way up. You can't IQ. It's only available on the web in the site you're on. You cannot download it into the. You're talking about having it here. Can't do it. Right. Unless Pepe is going to tell me you can, but I don't think you can. You have to. Wow, this is really starting to move now. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I didn't think so. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so, but always good to ask you, as you told me yesterday, how you can make changes in Brokers Plus in terms of the hotkeys. Definitely huge kudos to William. Every morning I ask him about some stock, some bio that's been beaten up. Usually it's a bio, okay? And he diligently takes a look and sees whether or not, a lot of times when these stocks do something like this, and when it was down a lot even more, you check to see whether or not they've got anything else in the pipeline. Is this it? But he checked to see how much cash they had and all that, and he said they had a lot of cash. So when you say what kind of scanner is it, what do you mean by that, IQ? You mean the market scope? I don't know. I mean, it's looking at fast moving stocks. It's designed really to be working, I guess, with the money machine and all. But I don't look at it at all because I mean, why would I? I've got the downloadable version. I want to be able to control what I see. That's why. Sorry, I just haven't looked at the market scope in a long, long time. Because I don't need it. I mean, the whole idea of the downloadable version is that you can construct everything that you want to see, price range, volume, um, anything else that you want to see. Market scopes, it's good for people who don't want to construct anything, I guess. They just have it, given to them, but obviously that's not me. Do we have this? It's going to be really hard for me to see. ACRV. Well, you're talking. It's on it. Wow, William, boy, your best. I don't know you don't normally do this, but I mean, I know you're holding on, I think. Normally you don't do this. But you were so positive. No, well, I mean, just because you were positive on on what you were able to look at in terms of the fundamentals and all, obviously didn't mean it was going to do this. But boy, oh boy, that is a great, great call. So I don't know what you mean. I mean, you're just looking at a 15-minute chart. I mean, so what? When you say the scanner, it's a 15-minute chart. I mean, can you construct a scan to see this? Sure. I mean, it's obviously, it's got, there's your volume. Volume's not bad. Relative volume's not bad. So, I mean, you can construct a scanner to see this, but it's got nothing to do with the fact that it's on a 15-minute chart. If you're talking about the buy flag there, no. I mean, remember, you cannot get an alert on the buy flag unless it showed up, in the actual scan from the market explorer window. But it won't show up in a 15. So if that's what you mean, if that's what you mean on a 15, no. Only that only is on a 5-minute chart. But I mean, look, you would have. I don't know if you would have seen it in that scan. I can actually take a look. Did you look? I know you've been looking at this. So did you look? So what is this? What is the stock again? ACRV. And the buy flag down here, what time was that? 9:36. So right sort of at the open. Didn't show up. Yeah, it didn't show up. And why didn't it show up? Maybe the volume was too low at the time. There's a bunch of reasons why it may not have shown up, but did not show up in the scan in the 5 minute. So even though there's a buy flag there, other filters weren't met. Actually, that's eight. That's 8 o'clock. Sorry, that's 8 o'clock. So yeah, there's on the 2 minute, but on the 5 minute, that's at 7:50. It didn't show up, but the volume probably was so low. I mean, look at the volume, hardly anything. That would be the reason, more than likely. Got to have a minimum volume, which I don't know what it is, but no, there's not one for 15. What you see is here, right? I mean, this is what you see. Whatever's here, that's all there is, and I doubt very much it's going to be added to. That's it. One moment. Okay, guys. Time's in now 11. Wow, 11:46. So I have another 14 minutes or so. Then I'm taking my break. This has been all over the place today. Lovely, lovely. Not this one. This has been almost straight up. We're talking about till. Okay, why not? Just put the darn price alert at 7. Never mind piecemealing it up. I don't see an arrow next to the select strategy. I don't understand what you mean. No, there's no arrow. You've done this before, though, haven't you? So click on New and then Market Explorer window. And you have to left click on the window, left click on the window. And then when you see select strategy, are you? Oh, I see. You mean you don't see? Hmm. Um, I don't know. Is this part of our premium service now? Maybe it's part of the. Have you ever done it before though? IQ. Yeah, I thought so. Unless they are turning this into a part of the premium service. Yeah, no, okay. Maybe, holy smokes, William, that crystal ball was working sensationally today. Maybe do a refresh or something, okay? Because yeah, you should obviously, it's popping up for me. So maybe click on your account and do a reset connection a couple of times, okay? Because obviously it's there. So 95, so the position and range filter, Triton, it means that on the daily candle, it'd be if 95%, like 100% would mean it'd be right at the top, okay? It would be right at the high of the day. That's what 100% would mean. So if you put 95%, as a minimum, it means that it's going to be very close to the high of the day, okay? It's got nothing to do with the previous candle. It's looking at today's daily candle position. That sounds what you're looking for. You want to see stocks that are breaking out maybe on a 30 whatever consolidation, but are very close to the high of the day. TI Pro, well, I just call it, yeah. I mean, I'm calling it TI Pro, I guess, is the premium service. I mean, they got very cute about we got the blue bundle or the eagle and the bird and all this stuff. Standard and premium. Ah, you were logged into the web version as well. You cannot do that. Yes, cannot have both versions up and running. Okay, that's why. I mean, that's got to be your best call ever, William, because I mean, on a percentage basis, you're too humble. Okay, what I am going to do though is I'm taking some off right in this area. I almost got some off at the 7, but I couldn't get it. So in case it cannot take out that 7 again, that is a very nice move percentage wise. Are you actually going to hold it, or not that it, or are you going to be done at 7? That's it. Hmm, okay. I will not be holding it, as you know, but not as you know, but I won't hold it. But fantastic. That's great. All right, guys, 11:52. So I have another 8 minutes or so before I take my break. I'm in at 6:20, so still not bad for me. You mentioned, I was trying to get it at 6:20 earlier, and then it dropped down. And when you said, and I sort of lost sight of it. Then thank you for mentioning it again that it was under 6:20. Couldn't even do my video on it. Well, I better, you know what, I'll reset my alert at $7 again. Of course, it's got a ton of room, obviously, because of the high of yesterday, but okay, guys, I'm gonna put my announcement up here. I'm not going yet until Andy shows up, but I'm put my announcement up here. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room. We're going to head over and listen to Andy when he gets there. He'll be there probably in about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm just getting set for Andy to show up. And you know, look how on a 2 minute chart, look how it's riding the wave. Okay, till that's about as nice. And that's where we got a little parabolic. You see right there, you got a little parabolic. Up to that point, it was not really parabolic. It was just sort of riding the wave, riding the wave. The bottom of the candle, the bottom of the bars. I'm using bars, keeping in touch with the top of the wave, and you know, just ride the wave. Now I've taken some off up in this area, but I will hold on because I mean the wave has not turned. However, let me take a look at a 1 minute chart. That's what I'll do. Let's see if the wave is turned orange on the 1 minute chart. It still hasn't done that. So this is keeping me in this trade longer than I normally would be. In other words, what I'm really saying is that I'd be out of everything right now. Okay, normally, but I've taken some off in this area, but I still have some left, and just waiting to see. I mean, you know, it's the wave is still positive. And if you don't have the wave, you might want to try it. It's a great visual aid to help you keep in a trade. I mean, look at it on a 5 minute. I mean, it's just hugging. Okay, guys, I'll just put my homepage link in again. This promo code is still alive. So again, this promo code is still alive. Well, reasonably sure it's not going to be around tomorrow, but you can still take advantage of it. Barry 28 gets you 28% off a premium annual subscription, premium annual. Otherwise, you can use Barry 25 for a premium monthly, or standard annual. Just a wee struggle right now to get through 7 on the TIL. I might wait till Tuesday. Okay, you music buffs. Well, as long as I make myself laugh. 692, guys. Boy, it's just. Oh, a little pop. So I think Andy is in our YouTube room now. So, guys, I'll see you in about 1 hour from now. Okay. And I've put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. He'll be there from 12 to 1. So I'm muting myself now. Andrew, hopefully you can hear me.
I can, Barry. How are you?
Oh,
Can you
good.
hear
I
me?
can't, because Chris and I had a problem yesterday. He couldn't hear me.
Oh, wow.
And so anyway, who cares about Chris? I'm talking to Andy. So man, oh man,
Did you have some nice holidays, Barry?
Yes. I mean, I'm glad they're over though, because it's just too much. It's just too much,
It is.
Andy. You know, we went out 3 times, and all the cooking and this and that. I mean, I love it, but I'm very glad when it's over.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You
It's
sound
just,
like my wife. Yeah.
I mean, I love it. I love the feeling around the holiday season.
Sure.
It's great. Everybody's happy, but I just wish sometimes it wasn't so. Well, it can get stressful. It can get a
Yes,
little
it
bit
can. It
stressful,
can.
and
It can. It's become way too commercialized.
yeah, exactly. But I mean, then my Seahawks gave me a great Christmas present.
Oh, boy.
Wow. I mean, that was
What a great game. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I guess if you're not a real fan, it was probably a boring game and all that. But I
Right.
mean, for me as a Seahawk fan, wow. I mean, that just
Yeah.
was a shutdown and totally unexpected. Seriously, because look at what San Francisco had done in the previous 6 games and all the points they'd scored and
Oh,
all
yeah.
that. And it completely shut them down. So anyway, it's going to be a fun weekend with all the games. Buffalo, Jacksonville. That should be a really interesting game.
Yeah. Boy, Jacksonville's been playing some good ball,
Yeah,
haven't they?
no kidding,
Yeah.
no kidding. So anyway, I'm sure people don't want to hear us talk about
Sports.
sports,
Yep.
or maybe they
It's
do.
some
I'll
of them,
just
I'm
stick
sure they
around
do.
here for an hour. We'll
Yeah.
just talk sports. Okay, listen,
Oh,
I'll see you in
man.
about an hour.
All right, Barry. Enjoy your hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is the support webinar. So if you have any questions, be sure to drop it into the YouTube chat there. I'll do my best to answer it. And just looking back through some of the questions or comments in here just to see if there's any topics. Yes, position and range filters are very powerful. I use them probably more than any filter out there, no doubt. It's they're it could. I mean, I'd like to tell people if you can think of a chart or anything in your head, you can almost, as far as a configuration you're looking for on a chart, you can pretty much build them just by using multiple position and range filters. All right. So while we're waiting for chatter in the chat, let's talk about the market real quick. It's kind of a strange day. Look, it's kind of Amazon seems to be holding up the big caps today, performing. Boy, it's just a really frustrating stock. And look at this thing just keep going. I mean, I was set up in it on this day, and look at that drive down. I mean, ugh, got me out. And then you get to where you don't trust it anymore. You get so many head fakes, topping tails, topping tails, topping tails, and then you don't trust it. So then you start waiting for a pullback that never comes. But anyway, looking at my blotter, kind of a mess today, but I'm trying to stick with some of these things. Yesterday was one of my best trading days in a long time, as far as P&L goes. So I feel like I have a little wiggle room to maybe to try to stick with some of these positions. I was in Bitcoin coming into the day, and I added. So just feels like it's trying to possibly, put in a bottom. Time will tell, but and I have some Bitcoin stocks too that kind of that ABTC is not hurt because I banged out some really good profits yesterday. But the CRCL, this one is one that could get me in trouble if we don't get, if this thing doesn't bounce off these moving averages here, which looks like it's right in between the 10 and the 20. So if the Bitcoin bounces, I'm expecting this thing to bounce along with it. Other than that, path I've been in for a long time, been scalping it a lot. You can you'll see this in a lot of my trades. You'll see some realized profits in what I do. If a stock is kind of looks like it may be setting up for a move, but it's not. It's still below maybe some key moving averages or some resistance. I will scalp some, keep a core position. I do a lot of core position trading. Uh, you can see there an IO and Q2, and looked like they were holding up pretty good today, and looked like they were going to go to highs, but this one looks like it's actually going to go to lows. This GMI is kind of a bottom fishing, also kind of in the Bitcoin space, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, got a made possible double bottom right here, maybe building off of. Teddy time. I have been watching MU to mean reversion trade strong as of right now. Yeah, that one has been a monster lately. Very strong. Yeah, those are tight. I mean, you're right. You got they're pretty much extended well above their key moving averages. Probably do a rest, but was it's so hard. It's so hard to pick. You know, I have learned if you're the best way to fade an overextended move, maybe something that is overbought, is just go real small size and uh, and just put a stop in, give yourself, and then let it work. With the problem that most people do is they will try to short these things and keep getting run over and keep getting run over, and then finally when it does break, they get out too quick, and they do it for a scalp. And I always say, listen, if your intentions are to hit it for a quick pop, you're probably better off just playing the long side. But in these momentum trades, kind of like silver. I mean, I can understand, if you're a day trader and you're looking for, maybe if it breaks below, a 2-hour low here, maybe you could look for a quick scalp. But boy, those are tough. I mean, look right here. You look like it's going to roll over. Bam! Just keep getting beat up. All right, spies are kind of trying to dig in here. I'm sorry, the Qs. Qs are on a 1-hour high. Looks like Bitcoin may be getting a bounce. You do not see, yeah, let me, are you on the browser charts? Yeah, you know what? And when they add these new features, sometimes I am really, I used to be on top of it. I'm kind of slow. Let me see. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody's in here, Chris, or that can help me. I'm not sure if it's something you got to initiate, uh, or does it automatically show you? They aren't working. Okay, thank you, Peppy. All right, thanks, Peppy. Yeah, I've seen those in one of our dev versions, but apparently with this most recent build that you're working with, that they're not working, and I don't think they're working with mine either. Thanks, Peppy. Peppy always knows. Hopefully, we'll have a new version coming out, pretty soon. Yeah, stocks unhinged as far as like the indicators and trend lines. I know what you're talking about. I have a hard time as well with those on the browser charts. What I would recommend at this time until we get that all fixed in the browser charts, I would recommend going back to the our old legacy charts. Those work really well in it. So uh just you can just turn it off the browser mode, and you'll find that you can set trend lines a lot easier, in something like this. It's just so much better. I mean, so uh, see if it will. I don't think it's going to keep, but no. Yes, yes, we don't have the setting to make lines bigger. You can definitely send a request. It's best if it comes from you. Just send it to info. It's all because we do look at these and we send it to our dev department. Yeah, just send it there, send a request to be able to make these lines bigger. We will check that out. Boy, it's really a strange day, and Amazon is just going to keep going. And my Tesla is going to keep going down. Tesla needs to hold this 430, or I'm going to have to. You can see 430 is a pivot level in this Tesla, and it really needs to hold it. Once again, this is one I've got some decent profits from scalp, taking them, when I get the move. Unfortunately, today caught me off guard, but it's okay. I'll just have to probably close some out if it can't hold at 430. Boy, this is just having a hard time bouncing. Yep, it's got to hold that area. Yeah, gold's doing well, silver's doing well. That's for sure. Uh, Silver been doing a whole lot better than gold. The gold is not too far from an all-time high. Yeah, we definitely we could. I don't try to. Uh, I mean, it's okay to have an idea like that at any time. You just want to make sure that the price action confirms your theory. take a look at the sectors. I think probably the SPY is obviously holding up the best, not too far from an all-time high. And you've got uh, IWM is performing pretty well, not too far from an all-time high. Yeah, the Qs have definitely been, the dog as of late. And you can see 620 is an important level, and it did hold it on this pullback right here. So we could be, looking for a move in the Qs. Let's take a look at that Nibis, Benson. Yeah, you've had a sell-off now, and you're trying to get a bar reversal. That's a pretty deep sell-off. You are, you're kind of in no man's land though. That's the only thing, but you are above the 10 and the 20, so that's encouraging. And you're putting in kind of a base. That 100 is key level. I think if it does get back through that, you could be exploding. Okay, I'll get to that one in just a minute. I know I can painstakingly make one, but do you have a three times ETF list already in your arsenal that you could share? I don't. I don't have that. Your best bet is Grok, Chat GPT. And I just have them ask that, and they'll probably spit out all of them for you. I just have your basic single ETFs in my sector watch list. I don't have any triples in there. What about SRFM? Yeah, not bad. It's just having a rest day. It's basically gone from $2 to $3. So that's a what is that, a 30%, 33% move in 2 days. So something like that would probably rest. I don't know if you're in it or you're looking to get in it. You might watch for potential go pause go because you do have some pretty good volume in here in the last couple of days. So you could just put an alert above yesterday's high and or even today's high, and if it goes through that. But typically, maybe on a move like that that's gone up as much as it has, you're going to get a day of rest, maybe some backing and filling into this 50 period moving average. You're looking to enter. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's because you're still kind of in a downtrend. Okay, so let's take a look at and let's take it off browsers since we have that issue with the trend lines, and we will take a look at this trend line. Well, it look different on my. Am I missing some data? Let me see here. Yeah, I thought there was another line in there somewhere. I'm always looking at trend lines, and yeah, you're trying to get above that trend line. Whole numbers are always key levels. They're just by nature pivot lines just because they're whole numbers. People like to bid, sell, offer out, around those whole numbers. So I think if it's they could get, I think right now it's a guessing game, because you don't know if it's going to. In today, so far, it's in a downtrend below its 10 period moving average, and could could bleed off some more. So if you're looking to get in, I would probably either look for a pullback, and something like this can actually take days, to wear off this move, maybe 3 or 4 days, and maybe you get this 10 period moving average crossing the 50. Just right now, I just don't think there's a whole lot to do. Uh, it's just totally in no man's land. So either look for a pullback or look for an explosive move above that 2-day high. Bitcoin cannot freaking get a bounce, man. That's real discouraging. Yeah, I think a 290, you're risking on it changing its course. It's in a downtrend today, so you're kind of risking it. Uh, for day trade, maybe if it gets above, that 10 period moving average, like you said, around 290, 291 or two, maybe you can look for a day trade. Uh, but for right now, yeah, it's definitely in a downtrend today. Yeah, let me drop a. Oh gosh, I don't think I can do that because I did. I'm still in my shoot. I'll get Steve if he's in here to drop it. Give you a great little Holly video, and it'll tell you how to use it. So I'm starting to like this path right here potentially. If it can get, uh, take out this high, maybe adding some more to that. I really need to wait for it to get. Yeah, I probably won't do anything. Okay, Tesla may have found a bottom. We'll find out. It did hold at 430, which I told you was a key pivot level. So maybe let's see if Tesla can find a bottom here. There you go. Thanks, Steve. Steve dropped that YouTube video in there for you. Uh, and just watch that. Chris does a real good job of just kind of walking you through how to, how the AI works and the best way, to trade it. This plab is trying to like see this thing hold this level. I scalped out some today, but I think this thing has potential to potentially go back to 40 at some time. Yeah, learn to trade first. That's for sure. It's a great stocks unhinged. Great advice. Hold on. My headset's popping in my ear for some reason. All right, Qs are getting a lift now. Mostly Amazon. Good Lord. I can't tell you how frustrating that is. Got to raise that up now. No, sure not. See how it acts when it gets down to the 10-period moving average. If it bounces right there, also have a kind of a small little pivot level there. What Kodak's just been frustrating. Just won't do anything. AMD's having a tough day. These stocks have in mind. Apple's not doing all that well. But the Qs are going to ramp. I've been a believer for a long time. The Qs do not is not a reflection anymore of what stocks are doing. When you look at some of these stocks that have a big uh, impact, have a huge percentage of the Q's holdings that are just getting beat up, like Apple. I'm not sure how AMD, but I know Apple and Tesla. NVDA is doing okay. Not sure when I set that alert there in Apple, but that's an area you may want to watch if you're an Apple trader. It comes down to this little ledge here. All right, let me try to fix this so I'm not getting this knocking. I do like the way this Gemini is holding up. I mean, uh, it's not taking that dip that Bitcoin took today. Thought I had alert in this thing. Definitely want to know if it gets back above $2. Cheat a little bit. Top 10 by weight. Yeah, NVIDIA, Microsoft. Let's see. So you got, yeah, Amazon's doing well. Apple's not. Tesla's not. Meta's down a little bit. Just mostly Amazon today. NVIDIA's okay. Now you got your 5-day moving average there. I may be giving this a little bit of a shot. Well, these quants are failing me now with the Qs moving higher. Just random out there. Yeah, QBTS, which was kind of the leader, looking weak again. So I may have to cut these. Well, you hate cutting these things with the market trying to go to highs. Mankind off it's on the I watch list today off its 50-period moving average. WRD have been in for a long time. It's scalped out a lot, but now it's finally above its 200-day moving average, and you can see it's had a hard. It's man, that's the first time it's, not first time, but a couple of days above it. This could be, you know, there's no resistance until 1033. Yeah, I can't add to that. It's got a lot to get through. See if Tesla can get through. They call it that 430, 350. Call it 70 level. See how XRP is doing. There's that one. It's been outperforming. Yeah, it's down a little more than Bitcoin today, but not much. Definitely been outperforming Bitcoin. Okay, path close to highs. Yeah, yeah, that was a nice little bar reversal, and that's what you look for a lot of times. You're stalking a stock. Nice bar reversal. OPTT. Now, nice volume today, huh? Like to see it. That's a 41-cent stock. It's, yeah, nice volume. I get in trouble with those penny stocks, though. I get too much size. Qs want to go to highs. Gosh, it's a Bitcoin. Anytime you want to participate, be fine with me. Uh, no, you can't. But it's going to pop up on on your screen. I mean, it should pop up. Do you have it when your alert goes off? Stock, is it does it pop up on your screen? For example, let me just set one real quick. See if I can. It doesn't pop up on the chart. Okay, so if I set on alert in this, no, probably will probably. Why didn't you change? Yes, yes. You have to have it. You have to have it open and minimized. So you definitely have to have it, in your layout, like a price alerts. And if you have it in your layout, anytime a price alert goes off, it's going to pop up just like it did, here. So just make sure you have it in your layout, and it should do it automatically. I don't know if there's a setting. I think it just does it automatically. Ah, you can set a sound alert. Okay. So I take that back. You go to actions and you can set up a sound alert. So Peppy, if he does that, will it automatically not pop pull up? Okay, good. He's got it. It will pop up. Okay. So there you go. Like that path just popped up. So if you should be getting that, but you're going to have it, obviously, I think, in your layout. Wouldn't he, Peppy, built into his layout? Or it's not necessary. It's going to pop up anyway. Qs are on highs. Tesla's wants to go to Lowe's. Okay, Path is making a decent move here. See if this thing can finally get going. Steve's telling me ITRG. Copper play. Dang. Amazon. Yes, thank you, Peppy. Thanks, Peppy. Gosh, Bitcoin's going to go to Lowe's here. Well, I gotta have to, at least since I added, gonna have to at least flat this stupid thing. I'm sitting on its 10. Good job, stocks on. Stocks unhinged. All right, Tesla. You better dig in. I might have to let some go. Yeah, I don't trade it every day, Benson. I sit. I typically will sit in it, but I'm about to sit no longer if it can't hold this 430. just like I'm about to sit no longer in these Bitcoin stocks. Yeah, it needs to hold that 430 there, DJ. Path running into the R. There's your resistance. Somebody was asking about it. I'm not sure why it. And maybe Peppy knows why is it pulling up. Is it only do it on your positions? See, because I have an R there, resistance. Well, I had. Oh, there it is. Now, this thing was added to the mid cap 400 probably a couple of weeks ago, and I'm thinking like some of these funds have to do some buying here in the first. I don't know if it's first month or first quarter. So I'm hoping this thing gets a move. AZI. Yes, yes. Tesla. It's yeah. Tesla's. They're not the numbers. The EV numbers are not what's going to push this stock higher, and then probably probably too early. It's going to be the robo taxi and the robotics and things like that, which is probably still you're probably looking at the latter part of the year. But as well as I do, so a lot of times the stock market's 6 months ahead of the economy and news and things like that. AZI. Let's take a look. Yeah, some good volume today too. Look at that relative volume, 17. Uh, yeah, boy, if it gets through that level there, or probably just you know back through highs. Yeah, it could be definitely one to watch. Some good volume today. Boy, boy, Bitcoin, it's just lovely. That's affecting the ABTC as well. Well, may not be able to hold up very much longer though, with Bitcoin continuing to roll. Yeah, Benson, we were just talking about that. I don't. Yeah, I don't think. Uh, Obviously, they can't. New car sales can't keep collapsing. That's for sure. That's still their moneymaker right now. But I think the big money's going to come in robotaxi and robotics. But that's we could be way off on that. That's for sure. Is that silver wants to go back to highs possibly? Yeah, high ONQ. Gonna let it go. Oh, I'm sure they'll get there. There, no one's more efficient than they are as far as building those cars. That's what I heard about Robotaxi too, man. They can spit those things out half the price as their competition. Path is still doing well. I should have bought more. It's one of those stocks too. Once it gets going, it can get going, as you seen over here. There's the AZI. Or, when I download the software, it didn't format correctly. All I'm saying, Okay, that's okay. I mean, if you're getting when you say the menu bar, you're the toolbar right here. You got that, Danny? So all you have to do is just go to New and Launch to get started. Just launch a what you want to do is launch a channel bar. Just click on channel bar there, and that's going to pull up all these channels right here, and then you can start clicking through the channels. All right. It's not going to obviously load you a layout or anything. There are some layouts in here, but there's, obviously you want to eventually get a custom layout. And uh, here's what I'm going to show you what to do. Is go to Trade Ideas. Let me just pull up a link here. It'd be easier. Well, first of all, you can either get our user guide, or a good place to start is the Learning Center. Okay, so if you go to our tradeideas.com/education/, you can come to our Learning Center here, and it'll show you what to do. We've got some really good videos on getting started, how to start up, log in, teach you how to build alerts and top lists, introduction to charts. And I would just work through these videos, from left to right. Back to basics is more if you need some help, on stocks, trading, if you're new to trading. But that's going to get you started if you just click on the New in the menu bar and load a channel bar, and just start clicking through these channels, and you'll get instant, ideas. And oh, look at PathGo. I should have bought some more of that. You're welcome. Wow, Bitcoin. That's amazing. Shit. Well, let's pull up the old Bitcoin, see what's going on here. Where'd it go? There we go. Let's see. Yeah, XRP is giving some back as well. There's a 4-hour. It is sitting on a shelf here, so it needs to bounce there. Line in the sand, I guess. Barry, I hear a little something, a little noise.
In the corner, it's either squeaking a bit. So that got to get the cat after.
Oh, exactly.
I'm kidding. Just in case anybody's listening, I don't have a mouse in the corner, but if we did, our cat will certainly get it.
I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Now, I saw you were trying to, or somebody was looking for alerts for price alerts. I'm sure you answered the question, right?
Yeah, well, Pepe did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about, price,
He wanted a sound
audible
alert.
alerts? I mean,
Yeah, an
yeah.
but was he trying to get it in the single stock window and not on the price alerts window, or what was he trying to do?
Yeah, well, I think maybe so, or there was some confusion there. Pepe set him straight that you can't do anything in the, there's
Single
that
stock window,
XRP,
no.
yeah, single stock
No.
window, so, uh, no,
Well,
no, it
and in
has to be
fact,
done
I
in the
mean,
price alerts.
really, the single stock, it'd be kind of crazy because the single stock window, you click on, and it just loads in. I mean, what would you need an alert for? An audible alert into the single stock
That's
window?
what Yeah, that's true, good point. Yeah,
I mean, there's no. I mean, it's
yeah,
like you click on a symbol and it loads in there.
loads
So
in,
anyway,
exactly, automatically, right,
yeah, it's not
exactly.
like there's anywhere it populates other than that. Anyway, goodbye. Happy New Year, right? Happy New Year.
Yes, happy New Year to you too, Barry, and,
When is
yeah,
your
have a good one.
cutoff? When is
What's
your
that?
cutoff for saying Happy New Year?
Oh, geez. January 1st? No, no. For people I for for people I haven't seen, yeah, like when
Okay,
I come
all
to
right.
work, I've mentioned it, yeah, to a few people, yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. Well, Happy New Year
Oh,
because I never see
you
you.
too, buddy.
So Happy New
All
Year.
right, man.
We'll
Well,
see you
have a
next
good one,
week. Or
Barry.
are you doing
Yes,
Friday also?
I'll
You're
I'll
doing
be doing
Friday?
Friday. Yep, I sure
Okay,
will.
cool. We'll talk a little more
All right,
football.
buddy.
Okay, Andy. Thanks a
There we
lot.
go. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, just want to get taken back the screen back in that room in the both rooms. Let me get rid of my announcement and then also get my music going. Okay, guys, back in both rooms now. And again, many thanks to William on the obviously, well, I say obviously, but I'm out of the TIL now. Did my video on it actually, but you see what happened right there. See how it just couldn't get through that whole number. That's seven. That's seven. And finally we got a little downturn right there, and that's what got me out of it again. So I already taken some out in this area, and then when we got that little sell flag and the transition to orange, that got me out the rest of it. So thank you for that one, William. Now listen, William, get a good night's sleep tonight because we're expecting another one from you tomorrow. Okay, you cannot rest on your laurels just because you gave us one good trade. You have to give us another one tomorrow. Okay. Now, this was a big one yesterday, I think. Yeah, this open lane, OPLN. I sort of remember this one yesterday. This is, I guess it was it was an IPO last month. Yeah, open lane. What's the volume like? Not bad. I mean, not great. Hmm. What's the spread like? Okay, not bad. 4 cent spread. Little bit choppy on the 2 minute chart. A little more smooth on the 5. I guess give me a moment. All right, let's see if OPLN has any sort of, I mean, it's an all-time high, right? It's an all-time high. But it started trading last month, so it doesn't take much to be an all-time high. Every time I look at alms and I think it's going to have, I mean, it had a nice bounce. Don't get me wrong, 1555 to 16, but can it sustain it? Oh, it's an ugly looking chart, but okay. See if it works for me. IVP a buy because it's at a low spot. Okay, gold. Let's take a look at IVP. The Inspire. Whoa, are you okay? That you can have it. I haven't traded a 4 cent stock in a long time. William, did you say how long you're going to keep the room open today, if at all? I can't remember if you actually posted that earlier. Are you 3:45ish again, or no? Again, 3:45ish, like clockwork, 3:45ish. Okay. Take a look at the trend line from 6 a.m. on AZI. Okay, Steve in our YouTube room. Probably going to see something very nice on the. I don't see it on the two anyway. Now I don't draw trend lines, but I'm just looking at the wave. I mean, the wave is pretty good. A little drop here, and it's coming right into potential resistance. But if it takes that out, then the next high is 646. So yeah, look at the weekly chart. A couple of highs right there, looking left, and then that's probably that same high. That weekly high is the same as this right here. So yeah, I mean, if it can take this out right now, that definitely has some room. Okay, guys, one last look at my homepage. And again, I think I'll be shocked if the promo code is still alive tomorrow. But all right, so if you click on my homepage link, right at the very top, again, this promo code is still alive. I doubt if it's going to be alive tomorrow, but you can get 28% off a premium annual subscription, and otherwise 25% off a premium monthly, a standard monthly, or standard annual. Okay. And again, all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, use my code. The company tracks the use of the promo codes, and see my code being used enough. They don't mind keeping YouTube and the main room up and running. Right here, if you're in YouTube right now, trading room. If you want to come into another room that has a lot more action, okay, you can come into the trading. When I say action, there's just more traders, a lot of more interaction amongst traders. Okay, you can come into the. Otherwise, you can stay in YouTube. There's no problem staying in YouTube. But again, if you're looking for interaction amongst traders, come into the. It's free also into the trading room. If you take out a subscription, the first thing you must do, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, education section, and mandatory you do this, the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have trade ideas, wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Back to basics, due to trading. This is for you. Free series of videos for you. 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for, well, sorry, Steve. So if you click on my homepage link, keep scrolling down a little bit and you can get to the trade of the week right here. You can sign up for it right here. Sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it. Before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? And last, if you're looking for the information I share, click on the view scan section and here is the information. Large cap gainers, wide open, volatile race. These are two races. Pre-market act is up and down, what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes over here. And I do have the gap scan. I have it on my other monitor. Okay. And I have some other scans I'm sharing. Excuse me. Any questions about them? Feel free to ask. Why don't I draw trend lines? I've just never really felt they've helped. And, really, arguably the wave is a pretty good looking trend line, if you will. So, but I've never felt that they've helped me that much. So that is not to say that people who draw trend lines, and if it helps you trade, fantastic. World War III is coming. UNH? Okay, let's take a look at UNH. What is the news? That news is gold. What is the news? As it's dropping. Other than you're talking about this one, United Health wins outperform at Evercore. No, is that the news? Oh, I see. 100 okay. Don't see that yet for me. Just looking at my headlines. All right, guys. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening, which I don't. I mean, again, the alms is getting close to that 16 level again. What a great reversal trade this was. The reverse gap up and reversal. The WVE. I don't know how I missed it. To be honest, I just don't know how I missed it. Had the alert at 1712, so it already dropped some. So I had the alert right here, 1712. I had to take out the low of the day, and man, from there, look at this, 1568. I don't know how I missed it, but miss it I did. Oh, I'm sure options. I mean, if you play options, sure. I just don't play options. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, puts and calls for big stocks, absolutely. I just don't do that. But if I tried to, trade Tesla, just though Tesla is a weird one because I mean it does have big moves, even as a stock. I mean that's a big move for 2 billion in the float to move 5%. I do get it. Tesla is sort of a one that is pretty active. Okay, guys, now I took a loss on the open line. Okay, OPLN took a little loss on that one. Thought it might have a little pop, but it didn't. So I'm out of that one, the OPLN. Okay, guys, I want to make sure it's just Nagira, perhaps. You guys can hear me in both rooms, in a YouTube or YouTube room and the main room. I want to make sure. Okay, thank you, Faith. So yeah, do a refresh. But you can't hear me, but yeah, do a refresh. Okay, let's see. WV. Well, are we ready for a bounce maybe for WVE? Boy, that is just what a drop from the high. 1951 down to 1570. Almost a $4 drop. I'm wondering about HSAI. First of all, I want to see if there's shorts available. HSAI. It's been a real choppy one today, though. It was down and it was up. Now it looks like, and there are a lot of shares. Yeah, a lot of shares available for me. Interactive brokers. There are now. There could be some support around 2650. No, this one, JXG. That is ugly. Only 29,000 shares. Got halted before. So the OS, I think you said that it was the buyout price is 24. So it's just a little bit underneath the buyout price. And that's for the OS. Wow. INBS. How to use it? Well, you just watch when you see the ticker, click on an alert and see. And if you like it, I mean, it's like it's not unlike anything else. You see a ticker anywhere, and you click on it. It's just two competing strategies. One moving up, one moving down. So, I mean, how to use it? I mean, that's how you use it. You see the ticker as it's going. You just click on an alert. And if you like what you see in the chart, then you trade it. If you don't, you move on. Just like anything else here. It's not trying to say every time you see a ticker that you just take the trade, of course. I'm not using it right now. I know I had it up and running for a few weeks, but I'm not using it right now. Decided to concentrate on the races. I wonder about this INBS, guys. A little buy. Where's the VWAP is at 1148 now, maybe a little too close for a stock that is very volatile. It's just showing the I don't even look at the graph, to be honest, Nagura, but the graph is just showing you, how many alerts per second, okay? So so when you see a big spike, you're getting a lot of alerts, and if it starts to drop, it's just you're just not getting as many alerts per second. Well, the ticker, all the symbols that you see, those are alerts. I mean, the crawl, the crawl of the symbols that you're seeing, those are all alerts. All right. Well, I'll bring it up. I mean, you don't have to use it. Okay. It's not mandatory you use it, but okay, I'll bring it up. Okay. So when you start, it's going to be 50-50. Okay. All I was trying to show you is how many more positive, like ones that are moving higher versus ones moving lower. So this is a ticker. Okay. So these are all real-time alerts. So there are two competing strategies here, sort of mirror opposites. Okay. So if you looked at them, one is, so what can be flipped will be flipped. So right now, new high of the day. So it's going to be probably the same price range and all that, but the price is up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So in the other one, it's going to compete. Virtually the same filters are in place. Okay. Same filters are in place, except now we're looking for new lows with the same filters in place and down from yesterday's close. So you could basically just think of it this way. These are just two scans, alert windows. I could have them running side by side, or you can put them into what we call a compare count, and that's really it. So so when you see a symbol, if it's in red, it means it made a new low. Okay, made a new low for the day, and if it's in green, it made a new high for the day. So it's competing against each other. And the alerts per second, that's all this means. I mean, I don't really look at the graph too much, but I mean, if it's zero point 0.3 alerts per second when it hit the high here, that means that at the beginning of the day, if you ran this, you'd see this ticker would be just like a crawl. It would be just symbol after symbol after symbol. You don't have to use it. I just I have it there, and these people want to have a compare count window. There it is. Okay, but it's like anything else. You get an alert doesn't mean you take the trade, but you click on the symbol, and if you like if you like what it's telling you, then you take the trade. If you don't like it, then you just you take a pass. Okay. It's a new high of the day or a new low of the day. Did you not see what I just did? If I click on configure, okay, so for the green, it's a stock making a new high of the day. That's the real time alert with all these filters in place. Again, I could have this as a no as a okay, yeah, and then this one is just a new low of the day with the filters in place. The same filters are in place. The same filters are used in both, except what can be flipped can be flipped. Flipping meaning, okay, obviously new high of the day can be flipped to a new low of the day, and up 2% from yesterday's close can be flipped to down 2%. Yeah, it's like any other. It's like any other scan, any other alert window has to meet all the filter requirements, and then you'll get an alert. just like any other scan. Man, WVE just kept moving down. This is really not any news on its own. This is more that they had a similar, I think, a similar type drug to ARWR. How is that one doing? And so ARWR had the big pop, and it is, it's sold off, but it had the big pop. Basically, they're saying that their drug is better than Eli Lilly's. That's what they're saying. And so WVE, I think, has a similar drug to these guys. And so that's why it kind of was a sympathy play with ARWR. It really didn't have any news on its own. Oh, I didn't get quite a dollar, GS Scobie. Well, take a look. I didn't get, William got a dollar. So if you're, I don't know, if you're asking me or you're asking William, he was pretty adamant that he was going to get out most of it at 7. So that's what it hit. As it was moving up, I was in at around 620. Okay. And so as it was moving up, when it hit that 7, I took some off as it looked like it wasn't going to take out 7. So I took some off right around the 688 mark, holding on. And then when we got to this little downturn, that's when I got rid of everything. See where it turned orange on the trade wave. That was my exit. That was my exit clue or a clue. Okay, but I had already taken some off it. It's around a little less than the 690 level. So I'm saying, you use trade wave. I mean, it gives you a good idea about what's happening. Not infallible. Getting somewhat interested in the alms again. Boy, it has been, every little pop up has been met with some selling. Little pop up, selling. Little pop up. So I don't have the confidence. I wish this were more near the high of the day, and then maybe a pop through at the end, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, something right out of Dickens or the Bible. Yeah, look at that. See what happened? I mean, I just think people have lost. Hmm, one more time. Have lost confidence in this. ALMS. Okay, guys, I have about half an hour left if I leave at 2. As yesterday, I think I was in it till about 2:30. There were questions, so great to have some questions. But even when I leave, William is keeping the room open until about 3:45. YouTubers, I do have to shut you down, so you can always head over to the main room if you want. Is that Old Dominion or something? Old Dominion Trade, OLD. Didn't you say you used to work for them, or you were in that industry, right? You were in that industry where you actually worked for ODFL. Sort of an interesting day. Very, for me anyway, very choppy. Yeah, look at the alms. So I may have to flip the script again on this one, and it takes out the low, which I don't think it's that far away. Interesting to see what this one does tomorrow. I mean, it's still up 90%. Yeah, you know what? This is turning into a late dayer, isn't it? It's not a low float. AEVA. This is from our AI. Yeah. So where could it go? I mean, the high last month was 1733, so it's above that. And then you've got 2066 on a weekly chart. The next high, probably a little closer, 1850. Yeah. So 1850 is the next high on a weekly chart. So, I mean, in theory, it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart anyway for AEVA. All right, AXTI won 7 races. Wow, look a beautiful move. AXTI, I didn't really click on this all day until right now. Wow, beautiful, beautiful move on the 5, even on the 2. Just hugging the wave all the way up. Won 7 races. So you're playing a bounce on the WVE. Well, let's take a look at WVE. And so you're in at 65, okay, 1565. And the low of the day is right here at 1557. So you had a pretty tight stop. I wish you well. Oh, wow. Look at the AEVA now. Yeah, beautiful. Look at the AEVA right now. And that red line right there is the next high on the daily chart. Okay. If I scroll back enough, I would see a high in the daily chart, and that would be it. So 1849. Yeah. I mean, it's the same high as that week. Just had to have a lot of patience on the AEVA. Yeah, I mean, with a rumor of a potential offering after hours for alms, it's funny because you might think, okay, if that rumor comes to fruition, why don't I just take the short right now? But you never know. Even if they announce something, you never know. Usually, it's going to be bad. The stock go down to the offering price or in that area, but you just never know. Maybe they raise a whole bunch of money, and the market says, you know what? Good for you, raising money at way higher prices than it was yesterday. So we will reward you. So that's the tricky part. Well, you're not asking me, Brian, right? I have no idea. Boris is the one who's suggesting there's a rumor. Okay, so I have no idea. Unless I can see it. Yeah, I don't see it. I was looking to see if I could even see a headline that traders circulating rumor, but no. So I have no idea. It's nothing to do with me. Well, AEVA holding that. Well, I can't take it. It's too parabolic. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this looks like got the room until about 1830 or so, 1840 maybe, 1850. I mean, that's the next high looking left on a weekly chart. Well, look at this. Look at this cannabis play. Let's take a look at MSOS. All the excitement. Yeah, doing this typical thing. Right back down to earth. Ooh, you're probably you're out of your trade, aren't you? MJ, you're out of your trade? Looks like it, yeah, because it's below the low of the day. I was looking at this and thinking, boy, would have felt a little better had you waited to see if that orange trend had stopped moving down. You know, maybe at least because it was still kind of inching down. It had not really it's kind of consolidating, but not really, in my opinion. And just and then maybe wait to see if it can curl back a bit. But this is still, this is still weakening and weakening now. But you had to stop, so no harm. Meanwhile, looking at the market, so we had that little up. Well, not little. We had a beautiful run up. Then we had the run down, and now we've got the run up again. Boy, another high here for the AXTI. Just another high, breaking over 20 now. It's a lifetime high. Yeah, I thought so. This is a lifetime high now for AX. Well, not now. All these, every new high is a lifetime high for AXTI. Semi, so it's in that sector. And look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume, guys, that just came in. Interesting that it didn't really pop it up. Popped it up for a bit, but then it's selling off somewhat. Look at the volume. That's one of the biggest volume bars of. I mean, here it is on a 5, and we still have a couple of minutes, minute and 15 seconds for this to close. So just look left, look left, look left, look left. Maybe that one. That one is, that happened in at 11:30. I'm just looking at the volume bar that's standing out from the previous ones. And again, this has another minute to close. Probably take that out. But look on a 2 minute. I mean, just look left. All of a sudden, some enthusiasm came back for this AXTI. Yeah, so we only go back, I don't know how many years we go back, John. Okay, so I know there's always somebody who's gonna say, "Wait a minute, so what year was that?" I think we go back about, 10 years or so I'm going back. I'm at 2010 now, so and anything that happened earlier than that, I don't really care about, but you're probably right, technically, it is not an all-time high, but I went back 15 years. 2000, so 26 years ago. Okay. Yeah, we don't go back that far. Wow, Alm's just, again, giving it up again, guys. Alm's giving it up again, making new lows. Still has room to go. I mean, the low yesterday was 787, still up 85%. All right, guys, I'm sort of still kind of interested in the AXTI as it's pulled back to the 20 level. And let's see if it holds 20. Trend is still great. Look at the 5 minute. My goodness. 2 minute. Remember ELAB this morning? ELAB this morning was going crazy. This I thought this might have been the crazy one. It's crazy bad. Meanwhile, the market is surging again. I'm going to put a price alert at 700. Who knows? Not today, of course, but Was it today they did a reverse split? Okay. So that accounts for the fact it only has 11 or 500,000 in the float. Okay, let's see. MJ, well, again, I wish you well. I love to see you maybe just on a 2 minute anyway. I'd love to see just a little bit of blue, but let's hope it works for you this time. Well, with the tight stop, you're going to quickly know if it works or not. I guess I think that's one way of looking at it. This could be an interesting one tomorrow, guys. Maybe today, but maybe tomorrow. The arrow, AIRO. You can see there's the next high looking left. Put a price alert right around there. That's around 11.25. Because if it takes it out, then the next high looking left is 13.33. So maybe an interesting one for tomorrow. Yeah, as you said, Boris, it's just a rumor regarding an offering. Well, here's a nice pop for the STAA. Now, this is the company that they were going to merge with ALC, and the merger's off, but nobody had to pay any breakup cost. They say I read that there was no breakup costs associated, but it is still down 9%. How's ALC doing? They said the company I think that was going to be acquiring them. ALC was going to be acquiring them. ALC was up on the news. Yeah, ALC was up on the news that they weren't going to do it. Shareholders liking that. So a nice recovery so far now for the STAA. Hey guys, it's 1:55, so I'm not seeing as many questions today as I saw yesterday. So I'm probably going to wrap this up pretty quick, pretty soon. So before I do, I will put the my homepage link in the YouTube room. Whoops, wrong link. Ah, there's the one I got stopped out of. Moving higher now, OPLN. Just give me a moment. Just got to find my homepage link. For those of you on YouTube, okay, and you still want to talk stocks, so if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, and here is the trading room. Okay, so this room will actually be open till 3:45-ish. Come on, AXTI. I'm actually very interested in it. I'd like to see it get back over 20 and move from 20. But it may not do it. Mm. Let's see if it's pulling back to anything that's kind of interesting for the AXTI. Not really. It looks like it's all set to curl down. See a little orange, see the little cell now? Little cell on a 1-minute chart. You don't see that on a 2-minute chart. Not yet anyway. All right, guys, I think I'll take off now. It's a little about 1:59 now, so I think I'll take off. Thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. I get on the mic. Both rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I will keep my screen up and running. So I'm going to mute myself right now.